let's head straight into 2016. No idea what Advent of Code is. It's an advent calendar filled with programming challenges. All right. Santa's sleigh uses a very high precision clock to guide its movements, and the clock's oscillator is regulated by stars. Unfortunately, the stars have been stolen by the Easter Bunny. To save Christmas, Santa needs you to retrieve all 50 stars by December 25th. Collect the stars by solving puzzles. 2 puzzles will be made available on each day in the advent calendar, blah blah blah. Your airdrop near Easter Bunny headquarters in a city somewhere. Near, unfortunately, is as close as you can get. The instructions on Easter Bunny recruiting document the elves intercepted started here, and nobody had the time to work them out further. The document indicates that you should start at the given coordinates where you just landed and face north. Then, follow the provided sequence, either turn left or right 90 degrees, then walk forward the given number of blocks, ending at a new intersection. There's no time to follow such ridiculous instructions on foot, though, so you take a moment and work out the destination. Given that you can only walk on the street grid of the city, how far is the shortest path to the destination? Okay, so I just need to compute taxi cab distance between my starting place and my ending location. Okay, so it's always one character followed by a number of some sort. Got it. Obvious exits are left, right, and Dennis. Yeah, it is Bubsy D-Rust time, but I'm dealing with RSI, and I didn't want to hurt my hands any further, so I made the executive decision to take another day of break. Alright. So I've got a series of directions. My starting position is 0, 0. And the taxi cab distance is just adding those two numbers together, so that's not that bad. So for... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Starting off facing north, so my headings are either that I'm traveling 0, 1. Nope. comma 0. As long as I'm consistent, this part doesn't matter so much. 0, comma 1. -1, comma 0. And 0, comma -1. So these are the different directions I can face. So for turn, comma distance in directions, this one's not too bad. So the first thing is I have to figure out which direction I'm turning. It's either right or left. And again, this isn't super particular. As long as I'm consistent, it doesn't matter. So I can just say heading equals heading plus 1 if turn equals L R, else -1. So I'm adjusting that +4 and then take the whole thing mod 4. That's gonna basically allow me to change my heading pretty easily. And then all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say dx dy equals headings heading and then I can say x plus equals dx times distance and y plus equals dy times distance. And then finally, the last thing I want to do is I want to print x plus y, which gives me my taxi cab distance. I think this one is probably correct. I don't know. $82. That's not the right answer. Wow, right out the gate. Hey, Eric. Well, welcome. I was only introduced to the idea of Advent of Code quite recently, and I thought it was really neat. I do ACM I coach an ACM ICPC team, and I participate in them myself. I've done a lot of problems on CAD. This just was sort of up my alley, so that's really neat. Alright, what silly thing did I do here? Of course x and y can be negative, that's perfectly fine. Oh, okay, well, cool it on the hints, but you're right. It's not really, there's really no point to me puzzle solving if you're just gonna solve the puzzle for me, right? I mean, this could just be an exercise of me browsing through GitHub repositories of other people's solutions. Then you notice the instructions continue on the back of the recruiting document. Easter Bunny headquarters actually at the first location you visit twice. How many blocks away is the first location you visit twice? There's a few clever ways I can do this. Do I want to... There's just like an easy, stupid solution. Yeah, I can understand that confusion. It's no worries. I talk to myself a lot because otherwise you're just going to watch me code and I'm not going to talk. Hey, Zoe. So this is I'm probably over engineering it if I don't just do the obvious thing, which is just make a set of every location I've been to, and as soon as I get a repeat, there's a way more clever solution where I keep track of my line segments and I just do line intersection tests. But I feel like I probably shouldn't bother. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna. This is early on, and I don't imagine that the search space is big enough that I should do anything more difficult than this. For I in distance, range distance. If x comma y in visited, then print x comma y. Print absolute value of x comma y. And then visited add x comma y. So the first thing that pops up in the list is the one that I care about, right? 111. Yeah, I definitely had some very bad solutions around day 20 of 2015. Some extremely bad solutions. They were fascinatingly slow. You arrive at Easter Bunny headquarters under the cover of darkness. The good boy did finish. That's why we were able to finish 2015. About an hour after I cut stream, that one function did end, and we got credit for it. So. Oh yeah, for sure, Eric. I definitely did not have the right solution for one of the puzzles. It was day 24. It was day 24 of 2015. I absolutely had the wrong solution. But I was too stubborn. It's too stubborn to do it the right way. You left in such a rush that you forgot to use the bathroom. Fancy office buildings like this one usually have keypad locks on their bathrooms, so you search the front desk for the code. In order to improve security, the document you find says bathroom codes will no longer be written down. Instead, please memorize and follow the procedure below to access the bathrooms. The document goes on to explain that each button to be pressed can be found by starting on the previous button and moving to adjacent buttons on the keypad. U means up, D down, L left, R right. Each line of instructions corresponds to one button, starting at the previous button, or for the first line, the 5 button. If the move doesn't lead to a button, ignore it. Can't hold it much longer, so you decide to figure out the code as you walk to the bathroom. You picture a keypad like this. Start 1, move twice to the right. Continuing from 9, you move left, up, right, down, and left, ending with an 8. Finally, you move up 4 times, stopping at 2, then down 1, ending with a 5. So in this example, the code is 1985. Puzzle input is the instructions from the document you find at the front desk. Of course. Good Lord. I don't really want to do any pre-processing on this, I don't think. Yeah, I don't want to do any pre-processing on this. Of course, Liz. Thanks, Liz. I appreciate you. Put 1 plus, let's see, y times 3 plus x. I think that'll give me the right thing. Sure, why not? That doesn't feel correct. Oh, Christ. So you finally arrive at the bathroom. It's a several-minute walk from the lobby, so visitors can behold the many fancy conference rooms, your water coolers, many fancy conference rooms and water coolers on this floor, and go to punch in the code. Much to your bladder's dismay, the keypad is not at all like you imagined it. Instead, you're confronted with the results of hundreds of man-hours of bathroom keypad design meetings. You still start at 5 and stop when you're at an edge, but given the same instructions as above, the outcome is very different. Good lord. Good lord. Okay. Well, this is all trash now. What's the smart way to implement this? Oh my god. There is definitely a way to write this concisely, and I can't help but imagine what if I just didn't, right? God, I'm just gonna. Wow, I'm just gonna not. I'm gonna not. That's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna write this in literally the worst way possible. Here's my plan. This is the worst code I will write today. This is where I'm allowing myself to bottom out. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D. I really don't feel like writing a function that figures out what it is based on its location. I could figure out the closed form for it, but again, not happening. That's gonna have to do, boss. Squares with 3 sides. Only the English language had an answer for what that is. Calling it squares with 3 sides is so complicated. Now that you can think clearly, you move deeper into the labyrinth of hallways, and I totally get that. Having to use the bathroom so badly that you just can't think of anything else. I get it. This must be a graphic design department. The walls are covered in specifications for triangles. Or are they? The design document gives the side lengths of each triangle it describes, but 5, 10, 25... Some of these aren't triangles. You can't help but mark the impossible ones. In a valid triangle, the sum of any 2 sides must be larger than the remaining side. For example, the triangle given above is impossible because 5 plus 10 is not larger than 25. In your puzzle input, how many of the listed triangles are possible? So I just sort them and see if the first 2 add up to be less than the last one. Okay. Is that getting my output correctly? Yep. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We've been loving them. Honestly, the way that all the problems tie together into some overarching story was, I think, one of my favorite parts about doing I mean, it took me 11 hours worth of streams to do all of 2015, which feels kind of slow, but I wasn't putting a lot of effort into doing things the right way, so I sometimes was having to, like, revise solutions several times. Okay. So I got 3 numbers. A, B, C equals sorted of X. And, I mean, I could write this completely as a functional program, but I'm not gonna. If a... What even is that? What? Magnifier? I don't want a magnifier. Go away. I'm staying in order. I discovered the 2019 ones. I discovered it because Lucas mentioned to me this Advent of Code, and I was like, I've never heard of Advent of Code. And then I decided that I want to do them in a sitting if possible. It's easier to stream that way. So I'm just going to wait till 2019 is completely out to get to it. So I figured I'd kill time by doing the earlier ones. A plus B is less than C, greater than or equal to C. I mean, okay, are we getting technical about our definition of a triangle? must be strictly larger than the remaining side. All right, yeah, thanks. I believe I don't know for certain, but I believe that this is I believe that this is true, that I can just unambiguously sort them, and I assume that will work. Okay. Now that you've helpfully marked up their design documents, it occurs to you that triangles are specified in groups of 3 vertically. Each set of 3 numbers in a column. Why? Why? Why though? But why? But why? Look, I'm not saying anything mean about you, but I don't feel good about this. Is it itertools or functools that has a partition? Smite, thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry that I'm doing a programming stream. Oops. I hope this is still entertaining. I could have sworn Python had a partition method. That's exactly what I wanted, is I wanted a partition method. I mean, I could do a generator that'll do it. Alright, fine. I'll just write my own generator. It doesn't matter. Okay, so there's a generator for me. So for group in partition of the input of size 3. Hey, Blaz. Can zip be given... Do I have to give zip an iterable to zip things that are more than just 2 lists? I think I can zip 3 lists together, because that'll allow me to transpose the list, which will put me back at where I was before. Apparently I can apply it to an iterable. I think that should work for me. You can code in whatever you want to. Okay. So I have a group and I can zip it. So I'm going to transpose the list by zipping the group. I think that works. I think that transposes the list. Oh no, I have to do this as a pre-processing step? Crap. Rows equals this for line in input dot split. Okay, so this gives me my list of lists. Now I'm grouping them, zipping them, and for row in now I can get rid of that line and just replace this with row. Expected 3, not enough values to unpack. Expected 3 got 1. Okay, so I need to look at what things I'm producing here. Print rows. Okay, that's good. Now I want to print groups. Okay, that works. Oh, it's because I need to apply the... Oh, man. Don't I look like a real heel? That's a really large number. I'm suspicious of that number. Because Santa will never deliver all of his presents if I don't help him. Is it because zipping them is turning them into tuples? Is that my issue here? I think it is. I think it's because zip turns them into tuples. I got 1921 again. I got that twice. Not that that's really confirmation of anything, but okay, it was the right answer. Security through obscurity. Which, as any security expert will tell you, is actually the best form of security. Finally, you come across an information kiosk with a list of rooms. Of course, the list is encrypted and full of decoy data, but the instructions to decode the list are barely hidden nearby. Better remove the decoy data first. Each room consists of an encrypted name, lowercase letters separated by dashes, followed by a dash, and then a sector ID, and a checksum in square brackets. A room is real, not a decoy, if the checksum is the 5 most common... Oh... Not a real room is a real room. Totally real room is not. Of the real rooms from the list, the sum of their sector IDs is 1514. Woof. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Huh. All right. Let's see how my regular expression's doing here, buddy. Not great. Do I have to escape that backslash? Or the dash there? Yeah, matches none. Hey, buddy, how's that regular expression going? Oh, pretty good. Definitely got that regular expression down just fine, thanks. Great. Great stuff. Oh, maybe that one needs to be escaped too. Nope. Alright. I'm at the point now where I have made this regular expression very bad, in fact. Don't they make regular expression testers? Online regex tester. Fantastic stuff. So glad this exists. Let's do it. Insert my regular expression here. Don't mind if I do. Well, I've got this neat thing I'm playing with. It's not going smoothly right now, I'll tell you that much. Is that what's happening? Is it eating my backslashes? Holy shit, is that what it is? Better not eat my backslashes. Huh. Okay, well back to this. I'm having a terrible time still. Capturing group exactly 5. Okay, actually curious why this isn't matching. Oh, I know why it's not matching. Because I'm very smart. And I want to make sure that we stay really on I want to make sure that we stay on message here about how smart I am. There we go. Got it. Got it in 1. Name of the room. Who gives a shit? Sector. And checksum. Equals match.groups. Now I just have to make a histogram of all of the non-dash characters. If I were really smart, what would a histogram... How would you make a really smart histogram in Python? Oh, group by. See, now that's neato. Let's read up on group by. Wait, there's a counter class? Wait, hold on. In itertools, there's a something just called counter? Oh, it's from collections. No, collections. I'm working on Advent of Code 2016. Oh, wow. Okay, there's something really clever I can do here. If I sort the name, what order does that give it to me in? Please give it to me with the dashes last, not first. Hey, shit. Okay, so there's a counter class in collections that I've never used before. This is a good lesson. There. Now who's laughing? Stop. Whatever. That'll work. All right. So, pass it that. And now, supposedly, I can just call most common on this thing. And I sorted it in advance because if you have ties, it takes the first one it encountered. So this will give me alphabetical still. Counter, most common 5. Print join x for x comma y in counter most common 5. I also want to print out the checksum. I just want to see if I'm getting anywhere close. Does look like I'm getting somewhere close. Sorry. All right. With all the decoy data out of the way, it's time to decrypt this list and get moving. The room names are encrypted by a state-of-the-art shift cipher, which is nearly unbreakable without the right software. However, the information kiosk designers at Easter Bunny headquarters are not expecting to deal with a master cryptographer like yourself. To decrypt a room name, rotate each letter forward through the alphabet a number of times equal to the room's sector ID. A becomes B, B becomes C, Z becomes A, and so on. Dashes become spaces. For example, oh. Are there capital letters in here? Basically. We can do some easy math to get there. Well, it's not just rot 13. Do I just need to go through the list? I mean, I can. I can't. A lot of bunny research going on here, huh? Top secret dye purchasing. Fantastic. Good stuff. I mean, alright. So I'm sure that pouring through this list is certainly an option. We might be able to figure it out. But I can also pretty much guarantee you that that's not the intended solution. So, the room where North Pole objects are stored. The room where North Pole objects are stored. I would not like the number. But thank you for asking first. I do appreciate that. See, why would you... How am I supposed to know? Okay, I don't care anymore. How about a nice game of chess? You're faced with a security door designed by Easter Bunny engineers that seem to have acquired most of their security knowledge by watching hacking movies. The 8-character password for the door is generated 1 character at a time by finding the MD5 hash of some door ID. An increasing integer and an increasing integer index. Hash indicates the next character in the password if its hexadecimal representation starts with 5 zeros. For example, if the door ID is ABC, the first index which produces a hash that starts with 5 zeros is 3231929, which we find by hashing ABC 3231929. The 6th character of the hash thus the first character of the password is 1. What was it? Hashlib? Good job, Darkanus. It's going fine. I need to look up Hashlib again. always have to look up hashlib every single time, every day of my life. D starts with Alright, let's see if that works. I don't know. String, not int. Is it decode, not encode? Right, sorry. It was actually this. This was the issue. Just didn't read the error message very well. As the door slides open, you're presented with a second door that uses a slightly more inspired security mechanism. Clearly unimpressed by the last version, and what movie is the password decrypted in order? The Easter Bunny engineers have worked out a better solution. Instead of simply filling in the password from left to right, the hash now also indicates the position within the password to fill. You still look for hashes that begin with 5 zeros. However, now the sixth character represents position. The sixth character represents position 0 through 7, and the seventh character is the character to put in that position. So only the first result for each position. Ignore invalid positions. All right. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Is there a way to check to see if just what I mean, what? Get a value error. It's been a while since I've written any actual error handling in Python as well. No, don't have to use float. You can just write accept, right? Yeah. My expectations here are rock bottom. The problem is I think this is going to take a little bit to run, possibly, and I don't think there's actually a better solution here, right? Because I have to run it through MD5 every single time. Like, my bottleneck is obviously working with hashlib here. But I don't think it particularly gets better. Oh, cool. It ran. It didn't. I didn't put a print statement, so I'll never know what it said. But the import's not slow, Darkonis. It happens one time. Sadly, there's just no way to know. You know, it is very similar to Project Euler in some of its design, but it's definitely more geared toward programming than math. Oh, you wanted it to print movie style? Could have. That's not the right answer. Concerned. Darkonis, please. I'm begging you. God damn it. Thank you, Tina. Thank you for the bit. Right now, it's not a speed issue I'm concerned about. I'm just trying to figure out why it is that it gave me the wrong answer. Thank you for 1 penny, Moogle. I agree, Tina. I'd be happy to hold it for you if you need. I appreciate everything. I appreciate the 1 penny, Moogle. Alright, it is 0 indexed. Oh, first result for each position. I'm overwriting things. That's my problem. Oh yeah, I guess I can just do... There you go. For the fans. This is going to take 10 times as long to run, by the way. Maybe way longer. Uriah, thank you so much for the oh. Oh, you're just backseating me. Hack codes equals true. Sure, I could do that if I were a hacker, man. Hold on. We gotta simulate this somehow. Trying to get past the firewall, but they've got military grade encryption. I can't get into the mainframe. I need more time. I'm in. That was fun. I'd say that one was for the fans, but to be honest, that one was specifically for Tina. Something's jamming your communications with Santa. Fortunately, your signal is only partially jammed. And protocol in situations like this is to switch to a simple repetition code to get the message through. In this model, the same message is sent repeatedly. You've recorded the repeating message signal, your puzzle input, but the data seems quite corrupted, almost too badly to recover. Almost. All you need to do is figure out which character is most frequent for each position. For example, suppose you'd record the following messages. Most common character in the first column is E, second A, third S. Okay. This is fun. I'm learning a lot about some Python libraries that I don't use very often, which I kind of like. It'll take less than 30 seconds. Can I zip a list of strings? Will this work? Okay, yeah, I get it, but also what if you didn't? Yep, that did what I wanted it to do. Nice. Nope, nope, nope. Abandoning that plan. Night, Tina. Of course, that would be the message if you hadn't agreed to use a modified repetition code instead. In this modified code, the sender instead transmits what looks like random data, but for each character, the character they actually want to send is slightly less likely than the others. Even after signal jamming noise, you can look at the letter distributions in each column and choose the least common letter to reconstruct the original message. Well, fortunately, I wrote my code in a very dumb way. A very dumb way made it very easy for me to modify. Internet Protocol version 7. While snooping around the local network of VBHQ, you compile a list of IP addresses. They're IP version 7, of course. You'd like to figure out which IPs support TLS. An IP supports TLS if it has an autonomous bridge bypass annotation, is any 4-character sequence which consists of a pair of 2 different characters followed by the reverse of that pair. However, the IP also must not have an ABBA within any hypernet sequences. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, yeah, sure. Okay. My 3 components. Now I just need to slide a window of size 4 across it, I guess. Okay. 75. Not the right answer. Not correct. Well, this time I got 0. So that's not great. Oh, there's multiple of these in here. Oh, y'all, my bad. Hey, y'all, my bad. I don't, Darkonis. Alright, well, let's not use regular expressions anymore. Regular expressions suck, everybody. Get them out of here. Get those regular expressions out of here, everybody. Gross. Nobody likes those things. There we go. Why is this not correct? Because I'm splitting it up into pieces, and the square brackets are going to add delimiters that are going to allow me to alternate back and forth. Still no. Still no. I don't understand what it's complaining about right here. String replace old new. It's because it's called S, not str. Okay, still not correct. It supports TLS if any of the outside the square brackets components contains ABBA and all of the inside the brackets components do not contain ABBA. Is that logic sound? Return whether or not any of the elements that are at 0 and counting by 2's contains ABBA. I think I'm on the right track. Maybe I'm. A is equal to D, B is equal to C, and A is not equal to B. I think this is correct. It's an empty string, not none. I'm having issues. I actually am not certain that I see what I've done wrong. It's not running particularly slowly. In fact, I'd argue that it's pretty efficient for what I did. Why would this be the wrong answer? I ask to myself. Yes, Patty Bees, but I didn't see an example of that in the input. I can check for it though. Is there any weird nesting going on? No, I'd had that thought too. You're not a fool. I'm just scrolling. I'm looking at my input. Hmm. Okay, I actually don't see what the issue is. I'm confident that my code is good. It's got to be just something I'm missing in the problem text. An IP supports it if it has an annotation. Any 4-character sequence which consists of a pair of 2 different characters followed by the reverse of that pair. In whatever way that would count, it would cancel out automatically. Or not cancel out, it would... It's just the existence, so there being 2 of them doesn't change anything. It says followed by. I mean, it doesn't explicitly state that there can't be any characters between them, but none of the examples show characters between them, so... Okay, this one shouldn't be hard. I don't know what I'm overlooking. Does this do what I think it does? I'm pretty sure I'm right. Take it easy, Lucas. Thanks, buddy. I don't see what I'm missing right now. I've answered the question perhaps inefficiently, but exactly as it was asked. Unless there's something I'm just not seeing here. Haha. There's my problem right there. What did I change? My range wasn't going all the way to the end of the list. IP supports SSL if it has an area broadcast accessor. Anywhere in the SuperNet sequences. Oh, man. Lord, I'm clobbering variables here. Still not there yet. Okay. A does not equal B. There we go. Okay, two-factor authentication. You come across a door implementing what you can only assume is an implementation of two-factor authentication after a long game of requirements telephone. To get past the door, you simply... No. You first swipe a key card. No problem. There was one on a nearby desk. Then it displays a code on a little screen. And you type that code on the keypad. Then, presumably, the door unlocks. Unfortunately, the screen has been smashed. After a few minutes, you've taken everything apart and figured out how it works. Now you just have to work out what the screen would have displayed. Magnetic strip on the card you swiped encodes a series of instructions for the screen. These instructions are your puzzle input. The screen is 50 pixels wide and 6 pixels tall, all of which start off, and is capable of 3 somewhat peculiar operations. A rectangle turns on all of the pixels in a rectangle at the top left of the screen, which is A wide and B tall. Rotate. Oh my god. Rotate Y equals A by B. Shifts all of the pixels in row A. Right by B pixels. Pixels. Oh. Rotate. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Rotate. Yeah. Rotate column B, all of the pixels in column A. Drop down by B pixels. Pixels that would fall off the bottom appear at the top of the column. How many pixels should be lit? Alright, I'm just going to simulate it, I guess. I can implement rotating columns by just zipping the whole thing and then performing a row rotation and then zipping it again. I think that's going to be the easiest way. So I got the width and the height. Yo, what's up, Lap? How you doing? Okay. So it's easier for me to rotate a row in Python. So if I get a column, I'm just transposing the whole thing, and then at the end transposing it back. That's why I've got rotate column twice. All right, that should rotate it. Maybe this will just work right out the box. All right, off to a good start. because I'm getting tuples back for doing this. I always forget that happens. It's actually cheaper for me to not do it as a comprehension. But this has nothing to do with the issue I was encountering. It says int object is not subscriptable. Oh, you know what? That fixed it. Not the right answer. Did say 84, right? Okay, yeah, so I've just done something wrong. Oh, I think what I did shifted everything left, not right. Yeah, this is just backwards. Now the rotate's not happening at all. Why is it not rotating at all? Okay, so that worked to go that direction. Going the other direction, no thank you. None of these rotations are working suddenly when I change that. Why would that be? That doesn't make any sense. Ah, I understand. Because I'm patching the same list back together. Dum-dum. Okay. You notice the screen is only capable of displaying capital letters. In the font it uses, each letter is 5 pixels wide and 6 tall. After you swipe your card, what code is the screen trying to display? CFLELOYFCS. Wandering around a secure area, you come across a data link port to a new part of the network. After briefly scanning it for interesting files, you find one file in particular that catches your attention. It's compressed with an experimental format, but fortunately the documentation for the format is nearby, as all format documentations are. I can't tell you, I can't swing my arm without running into a format specification. It's so hard to get them separated from the files, you know? The format compresses a sequence of characters. White space is ignored. To indicate that some sequence should be repeated, a marker is added to the file, like 10x2. To decompress this marker, take the subsequent 10 characters and repeat them 2 times. Then continue reading the file after the repeated data. The marker itself is not included in the decompressed output. If parentheses or other characters appear within the data referenced by a marker, that's okay. Treat it like normal data, not a marker, and then resume looking for markers after the decompressed section. See, it's going to ask me to actually decompress a file. I can do this faster by not, but all right. I know it's going to ask for the data in part 2. I might just go ahead and produce the data and count it. X equals find. I'm looking for the back half. Gonna start at I plus 1. It's not, it's int I. input at z plus count times rep I equals z plus count times rep. Nope, just count. Let's go and find Drex. $150,000 characters. Apparently the file actually uses version 2 of the format. In version 2, the only difference is that the markers within decompressed data are decompressed. Ooh, boy. This, the documentation explains, provides much more substantial compression capabilities, allowing many gigabyte files to be stored in only a few kilobytes. Jesus Christ. Okay, here's, so I actually had it backwards. Thanks, Drex, I appreciate that. I actually had it backwards. I was assuming that part 2 would force me to know the actual output, so I didn't just calculate the length instead. In fact, this is doing it. This is doing the thing much more. And therefore, I actually can't store the thing. And so I should have done it the way I was thinking initially. So all I need to do is calculate the length, not really. So I just want to see if I get the same answer here. Okay, I think this should work. Okay, it gives me the right answer. What is this supposed to... So we're just solving puzzles on Advent of Code. So now, the only additional thing I need to do is it's not actually count here. It's what I get when I call decompress on that sub piece. So what I'm going to pass to it is the input string chopped up z plus count. Yeah, it was considerably larger. All right, day 10, balance bots. You come upon a factory in which many robots are zooming around, handing small microchips to each other. Upon closer examination, you notice that each bot only proceeds when it has 2 microchips. And once it does, it gives one to a different bot or puts in a bin, a marked output bin. Sometimes bots take microchips from input bins too. Inspecting one of the microchips, it seems like they each contain a single number. The bots must use some logic to decide what to do with each chip. You access the local control computer and download the bot's instructions. Some of the instructions specify that a specific valued microchip should be given to a specific bot. The rest of the instructions indicate what a given bot should do with its lower value or higher value chip. For example, considering the following instructions. Value 5 goes to bot 2. Bot 2 gives low to bot 1 and high to bot 0. Value 3 goes to bot 1. Bot 1 gives low to output 1 and high to bot 0. Bot 0 gives its low to output 2 and high to output 0. Value 2 goes to bot 2. Initially, bot 1 starts with a value 3 chip, and bot 2 starts with a value 2 chip and a value 5 chip. Because bot 2 has 2 microchips, it gives its lower one, 2, to bot 1, and its higher one to bot 0. Then bot 1 has 2 microchips. It puts the value 2 chip in output 1 and gives the value 3 chip to bot 0. Finally, bot 0 has 2 microchips. It puts the 3 in the output 2 and the 5 in output 0. In the end, output bin 0 contains a value 5, output 1, blah, blah, blah. Bot number 2 is responsible for comparing value 5 microchips with value 2 microchips. Based on your instructions, what is the number of the bot that is responsible for comparing value 61 with value 17? Huh. Most languages have libraries that do those things. To write them again would just be foolish. Thou art a fool. It's really unclear to me from this example whether or not the instructions actually happen in order. I don't think that they do. I think that they're just a combined set of rules, and I sort of use this to give me all the rules I need in advance, and then I just tell it to run. So if I ever find a bot that has a 61 and a 17 at the same time, that's the answer. So this is what the bots are holding. Control F17 is not going to help me because it's going to happen as a side effect of a bot giving something to another bot and that bot giving something to another bot, and it's more complicated than that. I'm not. Because a bot only takes an action once it has 2 microchips, so all the other ones still end up mattering. Okay, so I think those are the only maps I need for line in split. If line starts with value, then I need to parse this line. Value goes to bot so holding actually I have no reason to parse the bot's IDs. Their numerical values don't matter to me. All that really matters is the values of the chips. As long as I'm consistent about it. Else, it's a rule, and so hey Bob, hope you're having a wonderful day. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rules for bot whatever is a tuple where the first thing is where low goes, and that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, P6. So that will give me bot whatever, or output whatever. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. So now I've processed all the rules, and now I just need to simulate the thing. An open world Mario Maker Zelda level. Wow, Bob. Wow. Ooh, Xandra, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Just dropped a ton of frames, but that's okay. We're still all here. We're still friends. Dropped 1,000 frames pretty much instantly. I am too, Xandra. That's why I'm not playing video games. I'm still just typing the code. It's good. We're playing a little game of simulating bots that are passing around microchips. Okay, so if this bot's not holding 2 microchips, then don't do anything. If they are, however, then I'm going to take the values that I'm holding. Oh, this shouldn't be equals, this should be append. Glad I caught that now, that would have been annoying later. Then high and low. Let's see, so I need to figure out what to do with them if I have 2 of them. So high and low are equal to held. Well, sorted held. So it should actually be low than high because it's sorted. And I just need to look at the rules. So in fact, I think I can actually just zip these together to make my life even easier, right? So I'm going to zip the sorted list with the rules output. Rules for this bot. Low, comma, yep, okay, that should work. And what I'm going to get back is value type target. Which these two are actually a tuple. I think that'll work. And what happens if type is bot, then I give it to the bot. So this is holding target pend val. Yes. Else, I'm going to assume it's just an output, in which case outputs target equals val. I don't think I need to know the outputs. There's no reason for it at the moment, but the second part may ask for it. And once I've done that, now holding dot or holding num is equal to an empty dictionary now. Like there's nothing in it now. Which I could do just as easily by just saying del held everything in it. Now, if at any point, if held is equal to, what was I looking for? 17 and 61? 17, 61? Print num? I don't know if this even works. This is wild stuff. Dictionary change size during iteration. Yeah, it's gonna do that, man. If P1 not in, so we're just gonna make this a normal dictionary. This is annoying because it will resize occasionally. I assume I'll see a rule for every single bot. That's the assumption I'm under at the moment. 161. Great. What do you get if you multiply together the values of one chip in each of outputs 0, 1, and 2? It shouldn't take very long for this thing to terminate, right? Yeah. Okay, so once it's done, now all I need to do is print out outputs so the product of these values, right? Multiply together the values. Okay, curious. Why did nothing ever end up in the output? Oh, it's because the keys are strings, remember? Remember Author Blues? Remember when you were there and that's what we did? Oh, the simpler times. Alright, I'll do one more. Radioisotope thermoelectric generators, of course. Since we got that very nice raid from Xandra, I'm going to do one more. You came upon a column of 4 floors that have been entirely sealed off from the rest of the building, except for a small dedicated lobby. There's some radiation warnings and a big sign which reads Radioisotope Testing Facility. According to the project status board, this facility is currently being used to experiment with radioisotope thermoelectric generators that are designed to be paired with specially constructed microchips. Basically, an RTG is a highly radioactive rock that generates electricity through heat. The experimental generators have poor radiation containment, so they're dangerously radioactive. The chips are prototypes and don't have normal radiation shielding, but they do have the ability to generate an electromagnetic radiation shield when powered. Unfortunately, they can only be powered by their corresponding RTG. An RTG powering a microchip is still dangerous to other microchips. In other words, if a chip is ever left in the same area as another RTG and is not connected to its own RTG, the chip will be fried. Therefore, it's assumed that you'll follow procedure and keep chips connected to their corresponding RTG when they're in the same room and away from other RTGs otherwise. These microchips sound very interesting and useful to your current activities, and you'd like to try to retrieve them. The 4th floor of the facility has an assembling machine which can make a self-contained shielded computer for you to take with you. That is, if you can bring it all of the RTGs and microchips. There's an elevator that can move between the 4 floors. Its capacity rating means it can carry at most yourself and 2 RTGs or microchips in any combination. They're rigged to some heavy diagnostic equipment. The assembling machine will detach it for you. As a security measure, the elevator will only function if it contains at least 1 RTG or microchip. The elevator always stops on each floor to recharge, and this takes long enough that the items within it and the items on that floor can irradiate each other. You make some notes of the locations of each component of interest. Before you don a hazmat suit and start moving things around, you'd like to have an idea of what you need to do. When you enter the containment area, you and the elevator will start on the 1st floor. For example, suppose the isolated area has the following arrangement. But bring the hydrogen-compatible microchip back down with you so you can still use the elevator. Man. Controversy exercise? I don't know that term. This input kind of sucks. Just a huge pain to parse. I mean, okay. I don't really feel like doing the parsing exercise for this, so I'm going to come up with my own format. One for the microchip and two for the generator. So we've got what? We've got strontium, plutonium, thulium, ruthenium, curium. So it's just these five. I've got the thulium generator here. Both things for ruthenium. And both things for curium. Okay. So the output or the result I want is to get all four of them, or all five of them down there. Minimum number of steps. Min steps. Okay. Even the way I'm representing it is kind of crappy. Hmm. Yeah, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how to represent my state space, like how to represent what I'm carrying. Um, Python has Boolean or binary literals, right? Python. I'm about to do something real stupid. It does. I love it. All right, yeah, we're doing something real stupid here. So, the advantages of this option are it's easy for me to remove something from it, like to partition the set. It's very easy for me to do that. I just have a value that represents what I'm holding at the moment, and I can remove it from a floor by just exclusive ORing it. Um, and I can exclusive OR in order to place things down too. This is a dumb implementation. I'm making this way harder than it needs to be. I'm having a great time. The only issue I have with this is it's difficult to enumerate all of the possible changes I can make, all of the things I can pick up, for instance. So, like, I'm at this floor right here. It's difficult to enumerate um, all of the changes I can make. Not difficult, but less easy than some other ways I've been doing things. If steps is greater than min steps, turn math.inf global min steps. This will give me my bounding. I need to think this through. Hold on. It's going to take me a second. So, enumerating the changes I can make to the floor. So on this current floor right now is what I have in my hands carrying, or what is at the layout of this floor. So this is everything that's at this current floor. For I... It's just the basic enumeration of all the things I can do. Like all the things I can pick up and carry. If is invalid on floor, return math.infinite. So I'm going to need a method that just tells me whether or not this floor's current configuration is invalid. I don't understand whether or not the generator has to be powered with a microchip in order for it to cause problems with the microchips. I think I figured it out. For I in range up to 10. Whoa, buddy. For J in range up to 10. If 2 to the I and on floor and 2 to the I is not 0. There we go. Now I have a generator that can give me all the possible configurations. When the two things overlap, that would be the instance where I'm just taking a single item. If I don't want to double count, though, I need to do it separately. Okay. Okay. Chip is ever left in the same area as another generator, and it's not connected to its own generator, the chip will be fried. How do I print a number out in binary format? Oh. There's a bin method. Taking 0 steps. I'm on floor 0. I'm carrying nothing at the moment. And the layout is the input. Oh. Huh? Shouldn't be able to get this many ones, that's for damn sure. Oh, wait. It's because I'm doing the wrong thing. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. go. Yeah, that looks correct. It is generating all the possible configurations. Good. Nice. So I make a copy of the layout array in advance because I don't want to ruin it. And I'm gonna just new layout at floor. So I'm gonna remove these things from the floor and they're gonna be my carrying objects. So exclusive or equals config. Cost equals make move with one more step, steps plus one. Sorry, Gren. Actually, I can just try both of them, and I can just put a check in here. I can say if floor is less than 0 or floor is greater than or equal to 4, then return math.inf. That's easy. Now I don't even have to think about it inside the rest of my code. And the question I'm asking is just whether or not the last floor ever has what I'm looking for. If layout, if the top floor is ever equal to that, then return steps, and min steps equals steps. Maximum recursion depth exceeded. All right, yeah, we got you. Oh, it's because I don't check invalidity. Take the safety off, you cowards. That tells me whether or not there's a generator on the floor. There's 100% a bitwise operation here, and I'm so close to it in my head, but I can't. I'll get this. I'll get this. This one's wild. On floor and here. Generators equals on floor and 0B. Microchips is on floor and so this is going to answer for me the question. If I do this, this will answer the question for me, which microchips have a generator? What I actually want to know is which microchips don't have a generator. I do not think the answer is just a simple bitwise not. You got to bear with me for a second. I'm absolutely smart enough to do this. I'm struggling though. I'm struggling. on floor and generators, bit shifted right, ANDed with on floor and microchips, tells me how many microchips have a corresponding generator. If I take this and exclusive OR it with the generators, note microchips, this now says which ones don't have Of course, I think I have to AND the result with microchips. So now I'm only looking at microchips. I think that's correct, and it absolutely can be simplified. Holy shit. Was that just for converting from big Indian to little Indian, or vice versa? Yeah, that's pretty rough. Okay, so here's an example of one that should be valid. Here's one where I have a generator over here, and the only microchip I have is one that is powered. And here's one where I have a bunch of generators with no microchip and a single microchip without a generator. So that one should be true. Wow, did that actually work? Yo, what's up, dude? All is well. Thanks for asking. Okay, the question is, why am I hitting recursion depth so fast? The right arm of Frosty, the forbidden one. Hey, John, thanks for the raid. Electronic Logic, thanks for the resub. Why am I hitting recursion depth so fast? Does Python even have... I can't do tail call optimization with a branch like this. Does Python even have tail call optimization? Oh, I guess you can't have proper tracebacks with tail call optimization. This is the wildest bitwise thing I've ever done. It's just... I'm having a hard time. 386 raiders from Skybill. Thank you so much, raiders, and thank you so much, Skybills, and thanks so much to the internet. I'm struggling. I can't figure out what's wrong with my thing. Let's try prioritizing going up first every single time. Does Sky do this coding stuff? She could if she wants to, but she's got other things she likes to do. Python's such a coward, not letting me recurse more than 1,000 times. Night, Drex. Apparently Python doesn't have tail call optimization. Jesus, Gren. You can do that? That's a thing? This is the worst thing I've ever done. I hate myself right now. Hey bud, what happened? You forgot. Hey buddy, you forgot to print anything. Hey chief. What why didn't you print? Huh. That's not great. That's a good point, Grenlith. Sandra, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Oh, you mean like the leaderboards? I don't think I would bother with the leaderboards. I'm not sure I'm hitting any of the cases. This would print out something if I was hitting anything. Grenlith, thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Hey, what do you do when all of your code is perfect, but it doesn't seem to be returning the right answer? Because I've considered this carefully and decided that I have done a great job. I have so many edge cases, or so many uh cases that I'm catching. I always teach my students that for better or for worse, computers, because they are stupid, will always do exactly what they're told. And so anytime that there's a bug, it is in fact your fault, the programmer. Because at some point you asked it to do the wrong thing. And this is bringing my entire worldview into question. You know what the real mistake was? Was doing this with bitwise operations. The winning condition for the problem is for all of the objects to be sitting on the top floor, which is the equivalent in my representation of this being all ones. This was my input, and I have written it in my own representation to make it better. I'm not sure that I achieved better. I'm doing 2016. It is currently 2019. Honestly, it was less about memory efficiency and more about the fact that performing operations on lists and dictionaries is naturally somewhat slow in Python. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be doing exhaustive search, I need something that's going to be faster. Let me tell you, this is fast. Bad, but fast. Not working, but it doesn't work extremely quickly. I mean, my fail conditions aren't working either. It just wasn't printing anything. It was printing nothing. This is a print statement, and it was not doing the one thing that was asked of it. No, I was ripping the label off of a bottle. The Steam message? It just wants me to update Steam. I don't understand the problem. An even higher recursion limit. I mean, it would print. I mean, it would still print infinity. No. You don't have to apologize. Sorry, if I came across as gruff, I assure you it's only because I'm having a great time. So there is like one last bit I can do, which is just memoization. If I find myself back in a state that I've already been in, then just bail. Good luck, Sky. Hey, everyone wish Sky luck. She's got a big tournament tomorrow, and she's going to do great because she's the best. Hmm. Could always use decorators. What, just to create a quick memoization decorator? I can actually memorize more succinctly than uh than I think a decorator would give me. Oh, for tail call optimization? I don't think I can tail call optimize any or because of the nature of this. Because it's exhaustive. It's a tree. I don't know if that state space can be hashed. Unhashable type list. I think we have our answer. Why is it hitting the recursion depth so fast? That's weird. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm definitely I'm definitely missing something. The fact that I'm hitting my recursion limit that fast means that I need to do something different. I'm prioritizing carrying things up floors always. Which is correct. So my only other thought is that Gren's kind of right. What if I prioritized um, breadth first search rather than depth first search? Is there a reasonable way I could do that? I mean, I'd have to basically implement it iteratively, right? I'd have to create a work queue and then consume the work queue. That would be how I would implement as breadth first search. God, that sounds awful. I mean, that's what this really is, right? I mean, breadth first search is the right call anyway. Yeah, a little bit of a step up. I'm thinking that my recursive solution is ultimately correct, but without a heuristic in place to get at the correct answer faster, it's just sort of spinning its wheels for no reason.